Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody out there? Or am I talking to myself? Welcome, 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 welcome to today's sprints. So I just wanted to let you know that today's hello, Sally, and hello, Van. Me, I am, says Van, and Van says hello to Sally, and Sally said that hello, I'm here. Good to see you. Good to see you. Well, I just wanted to let you know that I am planning on planting some daffodils today. I think that in the UK you probably have had daffodils already, but it's like now is the season here, I think. Coming up to Easter. Uh, Fun fact, daffodils are called påskeliljer in Norwegian, and it means Easter lilies. Though I think I prefer daffodils. I think daffodils is a cuter name of the flower. So since I'm going to do that, the first sprint will be 75 minutes or an hour, 15 minutes, and I hope that's enough time for me to do a bit of planting. And maybe I'll manage to read a bit as well today, hopefully, fingers crossed. Though I do have, I want to sow some seeds as well, but I'll do that outside on the balcony rather than in the flower bed. So there's that. Righty, 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 righty. Ben says, I am sorting my thumbnail out. I have actually done a review. Oh, well done. I have lots of YouTube stuff I should have done. You might have noticed I haven't been very present lately. I managed to get my vlog from Ireland up and going and some shorts from Ireland, but that was like already done. I did that like very shortly, like not much. I didn't do much. Didn't do much. Can't speak today. I wasn't able to speak yesterday either. I think I'm quite tired for some reason. Just remembered I have not taken allergy meds today. No, there's that. So yeah. Anywho, I'm hoping to get some stuff done. I was just going to look at the temperature today. I can go outside and look at the thermometer, but you know, then I have to leave the computer. So according to the weather forecast app, it is 12 degrees. It's going to be 15, 16 today. And then it's going to rain around 6 p.m. It's going to start raining, apparently. So I want to do the planting and sowing and everything like that in the no, it's not morning anymore, it's noon here. But I wanted to do it like earlier in the day because then I avoid the rain. Sally says, I need to put away some winter clothes and get out some spring ones. Oh, that sounds nice. I must admit that my wardrobe doesn't really change much through the seasons. In wintertime, I just put on more layers on top. That's how I do it. I think it's very common for Norwegians actually to just instead of like shifting your, oh, some maybe do that, but for me, I don't really do that. I just put on layers during wintertime and according to the weather, because you never know the weather. So Ben says I'm going to either listen to Paladin's Grace by T. Kingfisher or read Banned by Blood by Sean D. Brink. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, I need to get into read more T. Kingfisher. I was hoping to get that done before before June, since she is coming to Norcon. Uh, so I am actually going to do sprints on Friday as well, Good Friday, because it's a day off. I could have done it on Thursday, but I've signed up for yoga classes on Thursday. Thursday is also a day off. Wednesday I work. I have a short day. I'm supposed to read. My schedule is from 11 to 12, since I work late on Wednesdays normally. But since I'm working late, I said that I could come in earlier and do someone's desk if they wanted to take the day off or the morning off, because nobody works in after 12 in the library. So I have a short day. So I was thinking of maybe doing a Baldur's Gate 3 stream on Wednesday. Nobody's probably going to watch because I guess most people will be busy. Yeah. So, Sally says, I also need to reorganize my bookshelves. Oh, I have a library to to do. I still haven't done my library. I think takes time, but I'm not stressing. Then says temp has dropped here today. We may hit 13 Celsius. It's been up to 20 Celsius all week. Oh, nice. We had a really nice sunny warm yesterday, but I don't think it was up to 20. I think it might be like 18 or 19. But it was warm enough to sit outside and drink coffee like in the middle of the day. So that was super nice. Like we had fika, the Swedish fika with coffee and pastry. That was so nice. I had like a pastry with cherry jam in it. It's called kirsebärdröm or cherry dream. Super yummy. And my partner had a äppeldröm, which means apple dream, which is like apple filled ones. So they're very similar, from the same bakery. It's actually a chain, and they have some vegan options. So that was awesome. So yeah, I had hoped yesterday. I had hoped to actually make cookies or cookie dough yesterday, but I wasn't. I wasn't able to. I actually did cook a lot. I did. I made breads, and I made a three-bean chili, which was really tasty. Not very spicy though. For me, it could have been spicier, but I think my partner was quite happy with it not being too spicy. So Vences, I picked up a kingfisher the other day, and as I was buying it, the clerk told me that it is part of the same universe as Paladin Grace, which I was about to start anyway, so fun times. Very good. Sounds like fun indeed. And hello, Jen. How are you doing? Up early, and we'll be doing school assignments due today. Oh, so they're due today? It's a Sunday. Oh, no fun. Have 8 left. Oh dear. Oh, that's your day filled, I guess. So here it's past morning. It's past noon. Not quite afternoon yet, I guess, because it's just 13 minutes past noon. So yeah. So Vences, the update is out by then. Yeah, I heard I haven't played Baldur's Gate for ages, so I probably need to update my game. I haven't played anything for ages. I was supposed to play Baldur's Gate that time where I tried to stream, but you know how well that went. Um, but I was thinking maybe I should play a little. I might play a little like during the week or something, and then then I will see how things go. And Ben says, I'm very excited. Oh, that sounds good. Good, 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 good. So Jen says, sorry about that. I knew that. Yeah, no, Don't be sorry. It's fine. I'm just mentioning that it's not morning here. It's no critique. Just mentioning it. Um, it's 6:13 here. That's early. Oh, coffee. Coffee's still brewing. Yeah. Oh, good point. Uh, Back in 2 seconds. I'm going to grab. I have my wireless headphones on, so you'll hear me. But I was going to get my coffee. Very important. Coffee. It's probably cold by now. So this is one of my Moomin mugs, or yeah. So this is called Vänskap or Friendship, and it's from a book. I am not sure the English title, but I read it as a kid, and I was. There is one character that called Hyfsa. I don't remember what she's called in English, and I thought she was so scary. She was so scary. Mm. Yeah. So, but yeah. So it's called Hvem kan trøste Knøtte, which translated would be Who could comfort Knøtte? And this is Knøtte. And it's kind of sad, but I thought it was super scary because of Hufsa. And yeah, it's basically about loneliness and then finding a friend, which is a nice story, basically, but it was a bit scary. Uh, Ventus, I'm ready for a new start on Baldur's Gate, and I've been waiting for the update because one class has my name all over it. Ooh, that sounds nice. I'm still, I'm still on my first playthrough, so it'll take for ages. I'm not very good at playing games, I guess. I use so much time. I'm not quite sure how many hours I'm up to now, but it's past 60. And I know there's a lot of people who say, oh, that's not much, but for me, it's a lot. I've played more hours in Civilization 6, though. That's no surprise for people who know me. Also, I've had Civilization 6 for much longer. I still don't have Civilization 7. I'm hoping for it to go on sale at some point because I'm not paying like over 800 kroners. I think it's like 80 pounds or 80 euros or $80 around that. So, yeah. Sally says, my tablet keeps turning itself off. Ooh, that's not nice of it. That's that's very, very naughty of it. And then says also hi, Jen. And Jen says, hi, Van, good to see you again. Hope you're well. And Van says, I'm good. It's sunny. I have coffee and a book. Life is good. And you have the day off, right? Van says, I reached Act 3 and then kind of fell off. Yeah, well, I'm still on Act 1. So, you know. My partner, though, has played through, I don't know how many times, but more than once. Somebody plays a lot more than I do. But then again, I read more. But I haven't read it that this year. I haven't read that much. I've read 3 books a month. I'm not sure how many I'm on for April. I know I've read at least 2, but there have been short books on like meditation, mindfulness stuff. And I've been reading lately. I've just been reading like nonfiction. And I'm currently reading The Myth of Normal, which is like a chunker. It's like over 500 pages, and it's a nonfiction as well. So, yeah. Then says, I have not bought Civ 7 yet. Waiting for them to fix it. Oh, is it broken? I should probably watch. The Spiffing Brett. He does playthroughs, and it's always kind of fun. It's very humorous. And then I know that he's doing like Civ 7, but I haven't watched any of that yet. I've been thinking of doing it, but I still haven't gotten around to doing it. Ben says, I'm still upset Great Britain has a Civ Sorry. Still upset that Great Britain has a civis additional paid content. Yeah. Why? Can't they just like have a bunch of civilizations like for free? There's quite a few in Civ 6, I think. I have no extra paid content for Civ 6, and I'm happy with that. But you know that I play Britain all the time. I play Victoria all the time because it's my comfort play. And then says, I have the week off. Yay, week off. Sally says, I have tea and I'm munching chocolate. Chocolate. Ooh, no, I want chocolate. I think I want to maybe do that for the next chat. Have tea and munch chocolate in the honor of Sally. And Sally, how is Melody doing? How is she? Haven't asked you about Melody for a while. For those who doesn't know or don't know, Melody is Sally's adopted kitty. And when they found Melody, she wasn't she wasn't too great, so to say. And then Sally adopted Melody, and she's doing much better after that. And Sally says Melody is being lovely. Yeah, she is such a cute little creature, isn't she? Then says Britain and Gandhi has not being in it annoy me as they were part of the original Civ game. Yeah, they've always been there, haven't they? I can't remember playing a Civ game where there has been no Gandhi or Britain. That's very strange, isn't it? Even though it's not Victoria, it might be some other British ruler. They should be legacy option. It frustrates me, but that's the game industry, I guess. Yeah, but it's strange. Maybe that's why they put it up as paid content, because they know there's a lot of players that play them a lot, so they will put them up as paid content because they're thinking that they will make the players who play them a lot pay for it, maybe. So, yeah. There's that. Anyway, I think we should go into the first sprint. And, oh, sorry. I'm just going to look at this. Sally says she has a thick, silky fur and follows me around at home. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I'm so happy. So happy for Melody and so happy for you, Sally. Right. Always makes me happy to hear good things about Melody. So I am going to start the first, and Ven says, oh, that's exactly what they're doing. I just like it as a practice. I can't rant. I could rant, but I shall not. We can rant together at some point then. And there's a topic for our chat, book chat. For those of you who don't know, Ben and I are going to do a book chat on Friday the 25th. It's 6:30 GMT, or British summertime. 7:30 p.m. my time, or 19 CEST, which is Central European Summertime. And yeah, I can post a link in the chat so you can go put on the notification. We're having a bookish chat. I'm really looking forward to that. Well, anyway, enough talking. Let's do sprints, and they will be 75 minutes. See you on the other end. Hello, hello, welcome back. How are you doing? What did you do? Did you get anything done? How did the sprint go for you? Ah, I'm warm. It's actually 19 degrees outside. I've made myself a cup of tea though, still. Mm, I have my uh, Books Make Me Happy mug with my tea. Oh, I need to be careful so I don't spill tea into my keyboard. That would be bad. Mm, bliss. Mm. So yeah, I planted the daffodils and I also did a little bit of tidying up in the flower bed, which was nice. Ah, so I also have some chocolate. It's called um, Nomo Caramel. It's such a yummy chocolate. It's so good. I buy it at a shop called Mani. Of course, it's much more expensive than the UK specifically, and also Ireland. I bought some in Ireland when I was there, but they're all gone. Surprise. Mm, yeah, it has caramel inside. I love caramel chocolate. It's so good. Hello, Melodot. How are you doing? Mm, I said, Melodot says, hello, I have to stop joining early on my phone. The app uploads itself while I do other stuff. Oh, that's weird. Mm. And I'm going to get up and have breakfast and meds in this sprint. Oh, that's a good plan. Then says hi to Molly.. Jen greets Molly.. And thank you for the meds reminder. Yeah. Oh, I should have had that because I've still not taken my allergy meds and I've been outside. So, yeah, you can maybe hear on my voice that I'm a little bit allergic. Because I've been outside in the warm weather, 19 degrees Celsius in the shadow. That's so nice, especially when you do outside work. I've done like a little bit of gardening. Um, and Ben says hello to Molly. Yeah, no, I already said it. Jeez, I hope you're doing well. Says Jen to Molly. And Molly says hi to Ben and Dan. Jen, I can't speak today, obviously. And then Molly says, I'm not bad, mostly rested yesterday. Oh, that was good. Very, very good. And hello, Renee. How are you? Just came back from hiking in the mountains with my family. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Uh, I'm hoping to go hiking at some point as well. uh, I'm not sure when I'll have the time though. That's my problem. There's so much to do at home, especially in the spring. But I hope to go like outside in the woods. It takes a while to get into the woods since I'm walking. There's like a small woods very close to where I live, so I could do that. Um, but it's the proper woods. It takes I think maybe 20 minutes 25, 30 minutes to walk. Uh, and it's not a problem to walk there. The problem is going home because I tend to like prefer walking in the woods than on like the normal roads. um, so I wish I had a bicycle. I do have a bicycle, but it's not here. I'm not sure when I will be able to move it either because it's big and clumpy and might maybe be able to get it on the plane, but yeah, then I would need to have it in the bus and yeah, everything. All that poopy doo poop. But yeah, hiking sounds lovely in the mountains. I rarely go out in the mountains. Mm, 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 mm. Renee says, last week I kept on waiting for you to start sprint before I realized it was this Sunday. Yeah, it was an early planned sprint. Last Sunday I was in Oslo, so I couldn't be sprinting. So yeah, so, sorry about that. And Molly Dot says, hello, I'm up. I nearly finished my breakfast. Well done, Molly Dot. No meds yet. Well, you could do it next sprint. Renee says, lucky you with the warm weather. Yeah, it's lovely. Especially being outside. Mm, I'm going to take all my not gardening, but my stuff and move outside on the balcony on the other side of the house when I'm going to plant seeds in the next sprint. Um, so Renee says hi to Molly Dot. Jen says, I got some of a discussion board done and had breakfast. Well done, very well done. Also got the animals fed. Oh, that's also very important. Renee says caramel is the best. Yes, it is, isn't it? So nice. This brand, Nomo, it's all allergy friendly, so it doesn't have any dairy, no gluten, no nuts, and no eggs, and no palm oil. So it's supposed to be like mainly allergy friendly, I think. So it has sugar, cocoa butter, so it depends on what you're allergic to, of course. Rice powder, blah blah blah, shea oil, blah 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 blah. Suitable for people with milk, egg, gluten, peanut, and tree nut allergy. And it says like store in a dry, cool, dry place. Well, they don't last very long here, to be honest with you. Celsius has sorted out the clothes. Oh, well done. And some of the books. Oh, excellent. My next task will be to mow the grass. Yeah, that's a chore, isn't it? We have a really small garden in the back of the house, but it's so small we don't have a mower for it. And I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Maybe we should have something for it. But I kind of want to do, I want to make parts of it into like a vegetable garden so I can have some veg. That would be very cool. I need to kind of learn all those things first, though. So I should borrow some books at the library, I guess, and see if I can figure something. Maybe watch some YouTube videos. But yeah, my mind goes like books, library. Then says I should probably do the grass today before the rain comes. Oh yeah, you can't do the grass during the rain. That's for sure. I probably want those as well then. Ah, well. Maybe you should have one of those wild gardens. Oh, that's actually a new book in Norwegian that has come on, like Wildflower Garden. I'm going to. That was a good reminder. I'm going to see if I can find it in the library system and then reserve it because I really want to have a look at that. Molly says, escaped yesterday's certain migraine. Well, so did I because we talked about it on messages about the migrants, and yeah, I also escaped mine, so I guess I did. So yeah, I hope you did too. Yes, I did, thankfully. But I did like take it easy and tried not to overdo things, because it's easy when you're like into like the doing mode that you do a little bit too much, and especially now that we've been away, it's easy to kind of do a little bit too much because I haven't like been at home properly for a weekend for a good while. uh, And Molodot says hi to Renee and hope you enjoy the mountains. And Renee says, I do enjoy it here, Molodot, relaxing and nice. That's really nice. Then says, fun fact, I never learned to ride a bike. Well, that's fine. You can walk. I walk everywhere now, which is fine. But sometimes it would have been nice to have a bike just to cover longer distances, because the public transport isn't great. So there's no public buses going to the woods, as far as I know. I should probably look into if there's some other places I could go by the bus. Mm. Mm. Renee says, I haven't biked in about 12 years. I had a bike, but the brakes were tired, so it made me a bit scared of biking. Yeah, that makes totally sense. Mm. I need to check how my bike is like. It might be broken because it's been like unused since 2016 probably, so 9 years. I don't know when I last used it. Renee says kind of want to buy a bike, but it's expensive. Yeah, it is expensive. I had my bike, so that's another thing. I might think about like giving it away and buy a new one because I bought mine in 1996. There's been an overhaul of it and been checked and stuff. My dad did that, I think it was. Mm, but yeah, it's old. So I feel like it would be okay if I bought a new one. And a lot of people would like say, "Oh, you should buy an electrical bike," but they are so scary. They're so scary, and even more expensive. Molodot says, "Yeah, I finished breakfast now, but moving doesn't sound appealing. So meds next minute. Good plan." Renee says, "I have to check it out." Many, you said, yeah. I have many close to where I live. Oh, cool. We don't have one super near, but yeah. Molly says I'm going to use a spinner wheel to decide what else I'll do. Yeah, you're good with the spinner wheel, aren't you? I know you've done that previously. But yeah. What's the saturated fat content like in that chocolate? I'm on the lookout for low sugar chocolate that isn't high. But this isn't sugar free, mind you. It's just allergy friendly. I don't. It doesn't say. Well, it says content, but there's a sticker over the thing with Norwegian in it. So. Mm. And the print is even tinier. I'm going to go get my glasses. Ooh. I need my reading glasses. Where did I put them? Whoop. Found the reading glasses. Da, da, da. Reading glasses. Okay. Let's see. Thanks. Things so much easier. It says saturated fat, I think, is 17 grams per 100 grams, so 17%. And there's 39 grams of sugar. So, not exactly healthy. But there are some sugar-free chocolates around, but I never had any that I found very appealing. Also, I think the caramel makes it kind of high sugar. Mm, so there's sugar in it. Never mind. Yeah. Sally says I'm having second thoughts about mowing. That's fair. You don't have to do it, Sally. You can do something else like cuddle up with Melody or read a book, relax. Mm, Renee says, yay for migrants that migrated. Yeah. Bye bye, migraine. It'll probably come back at some point anyway. And Renee says, oh, I like your cup, Luna. Yeah, it's really nice. I like like, mugs are probably one of my favorite bookish merches. T-shirts, mugs, bookmarks are my favorite book merch. Mm. Also the sleeves, book sleeves that you put your book in. They're also kind of cool. Molly says, I'm falling further and further behind in everything, but a migraine wouldn't have helped with that anyway. No, it never does. It never fits, and it's never welcome. That's for sure. Sally says, I think I shall sit outside and read. That sounds like a really good plan. Really good plan. And Renee says, sounds nice sitting outside and reading. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Jen says, I wish our public transport was efficient for tourist style travel, but our infrastructure doesn't really support that, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we have some public transport, though we're not. I almost said we're not a touristy city, but we kind of are. Um, we have a lot of hytta tourists, so there's a lot of people who has a hytta, cabin, cottage, not really cottage, not the what I think of as a cottage anyway, but like a cabin style thing. And then they come here during summers, so we have a lot of patrons in the summertime, a lot more than anywhere else I've ever worked. But they don't really use public transport because they have cars. They're Norwegians, so they have cars. So it's basically people with lower income, people that don't drive that uses the public transport. We're actually quite a few at my job that doesn't have a driver's license or a car. Um, so yeah, I don't mind not having a driver. I mean, driver's license is not something I want to prioritize using my money for, or having a car because it's so expensive. First, the driver's license itself costs so much, and then a car costs so much, and then keeping the car it costs so much. So yeah, not something I want to use my money for. I rather use them for other things. Um, Sally says, when I lived in London, I cycled a lot. After I moved here, I learned to drive, and I'm no scared to cycle, although I still have a bike. Oh, that's interesting. Wouldn't it be scarier to cycle in London because of all the traffic? That's what I would think. Actually, when I was in Shetland at the Shetland Islands, I hired a bike. It wasn't very good, but I hired a bike and cycled over the island. That was fun. That's a long time ago, though. That's like over 30 years ago. Molly Dutt says, I'm pretty new to spinner wheels. I started due to Restathon, but they've been handy. Oh, yeah. Do you buy them or do you make it yourself? Uh, Molly Dutt says, me willing you to look at my next message while you look for the reading glasses. Yeah, but I still needed the glasses. So, yeah. Renee says it is Easter. It's allowed to be unhealthy. Well, it's not Easter yet, but it's weekend, right? It can be a little bit unhealthy on the weekends. Mm. Mel just says, yeah, some of the sugar-free chocolate is really missing something. It really is. Mm. Mm. Sorry, mouthful of chocolate. Renee says, I actually used to make my own chocolate, cocoa powder, butter, and powdered sugars. Oh, yeah. I've actually done that as well. Um, it's nice in small doses, but very sweet. Yeah, I used to do that a lot as a kid, actually. It's also always fun when there are others that know that method because there are some people that don't seem to know that you can like melt butter and you add in the powdered sugar and cocoa powder and mix. And you kind of put in enough, then you just add the powdered sugar until it has like a nice consistency. It's not like chocolate, but it's yummy nevertheless. Like thick icing for cake. So Renee says, is Fredrikstad not a historic city? Well, it's kind of, but it's mostly the cabin tourists here, not so much other tourists. I don't think Fredrikstad is like it's not on the radar for most people. I only been here a couple of times before, like 2 or 3 times before I moved here actually. Or am I mixing it with other places? No, no, then no, you're right. Renee says, yes, for me too. I don't find many reasons to get a driver's license. I live close to many buses and trains, and I would rarely need a car. Yeah, I mostly walk these days. If I want to go into the big city, like to Oslo, I just jump on the train, and it takes maybe 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes to walk down to the train station. Not a problem. And Sally says, yes, that is a crazy thing. And Renee says, expensive, as you say. Yeah, it's very expensive to get a driver's license and a car, having a car and getting a car and all those things. Jen says, Mullet, that most of my decisions outside of work are made on a spinner wheel. I absolutely love using them. Oh, I think I would be stressed personally. I'm too much of a control freak, I guess. Oh, another thing I'm going to do next sprint. I'm going to do 75 minutes again. But one of the things I'm going to do next sprint is to meditate because I haven't done that yet today, and I got like a little notification on my phone, like reminding me to do that. Renee says Palm Sunday is the start of Easter, but yeah, I guess. But I mean, next couple of days are like regular days. I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So even though I have a shorter day on the Wednesday, I still work. So I don't have the days off. I don't really celebrate Easter anyway, because I'm not a Christian. So I don't really pay much attention. I think it was like a week ago, or like, was it? No, it was early last week, and my boss was like, "Yeah, next week is Easter." And I was like, "What?" Like, what? What do you mean? Already? In my mind, it was like far away. Because things have been busy, and I also just came back from my holidays. Um, Molly says, Resetathon, it's something Buck Hermit and Bea running for the month of April. There's only There's online virtual spinner wheels. Ah, right, okay. So I know about the Resetathon because I talked about it previously, and Livia also talked about it. um, but I'm not doing any thons at the moment. I will probably do acrylic readathon because I've taken part every time for the last few years. My first was round 5. I think next round is 12, I think. And I'm taking part every round, so I really want to do that, and that's will be in June. So I might not stress about it. I've managed to black up the whole bingo board, but then I was like in Brussels for a week and read loads while being in Brussels. So that was a week, and I read so many books in one week. um, so yeah. Renee says, "Huh, I was convinced my sister made that recipe up. I suppose other people could have figured it out too." Oh, no, absolutely not, because it's basically, um, if you look at it, it's the same ingredients as you would use in icing for a chocolate cake, more or less. And I remember my friend and I used to do that all the time when we were like kids. So in the 80s. So yeah, that would be in the 80s. Um, and we did it lots because it was yummy and easy to do. So Molly says, I don't think I've heard of the butter sugar. Well, icing sugar, not regular sugar, but icing sugar, the fluffy powdered icing sugar, and cocoa powdered chocolate. It's yummy. Maybe I should make some of that today. That would be nice. That's a thought, Renee, isn't it? I'm not sure if you have all the ingredients. I think I have all the ingredients, but I don't know if you have because you're out in the cabin, aren't you? So, but I have everything. I can make myself some chocolate. That would be nice. So Renee says I make it that way and then freeze it overnight. Oh, I don't freeze it. I'm not patient enough. I just eat it. It's still yummy. Mm. Then says, me drying feels like a terrible idea for everyone else, as well as for my bank account. Would you put fire on the caravan? Ah. Molidat says, Jen, is there a spinner site you recommend? I was exploring some yesterday and I ended up with one that looked good but wouldn't remember my options. Oh, oh, that's not good. That's not good. Hmm. Uh, Renee says, yep, there's that too. To drive, you need to pay attention to the road, the traffic. This think it would be too much for me. Well, I'll tell you, it's not a secret, but I'll tell you a fun fact about myself. When I was 18-ish, around 18, I, like everybody else, wanted to do the driver's license. So I did the theory classes, and I passed the theory classes, no problem. I had the driver's license lessons, did a lot of driver's lessons, and then I did the driving test. I failed. And then I did the driver test once more, and I failed again. So I kind of gave up. And my mom said that I probably unconsciously don't want to drive, hence I kind of failed. Because the second time I probably could have passed if I didn't do my own thing, sort of, because the driver, what do you call them? The one that marks you and say that you passed or no. Not the instructor, but the person who was doing the test with me said, pull in here. And then I was thinking, oh, but I probably, they probably want me to go like so and so. And then I did that I did something else. So I think that annoyed them. So I didn't really do what I was asked. And I think that was probably what failed me. So yeah. Uh, so there's that. So Renee says, I don't celebrate Easter either. Easter's for me is candy, relaxing, books, games. Yeah, but for me, this weekend is just like a weekend. Because it's not anything special about this weekend for me. This weekend for me, last year I would be working on the Saturday, and then I work Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So, uh, yeah, so it's not really big of a deal. There is mainly days off work. We don't, my family or I don't have a hytta or a cabin, so we don't do that. Actually, most people don't do that. They don't go to the mountains or to the sea or anything. They just stay where they live and have the days off. Like my coworker who's going to do gardening, which also done a little bit of gardening today. So I tend to put out the board games. Board games are fun though. For us, it's easier to do board games on regular weekends rather than these when people go away or what they ever do, that family time. I'm actually going to my mom's on Saturday, so we'll be there on Saturday, Sunday. We used to do day trips, but we can't do day trips anymore because it's too far. So it takes 4 to 4 hours to travel. So Maladat says, I'm finding Resetathon a low stress way to do some self-care. Well, that's good for you. I just don't need the whole I should do things more than I already have. That's why I don't do it. Hello, Precious. How are you doing? Good afternoon. Renee says, Trude is a very easy, very yummy recipe. It is. It is. And then Renee says, yes, not sure I have here. We'll have to look. Yeah, maybe you could make some. So Maladat says, I have sugar-free syrup and I think I have cocoa powder. I'm wondering what I could mix with it. Some other than butter, maybe reduced fat cream cheese or ground almonds. But yeah, but it wouldn't be, you wouldn't get the consistency. That's the problem with that. It needs to be powdered sugar and butter because it makes the right consistency. But you could try. You could try and see if it works. And if it works, let us know. It would be interesting. Ryan says he gave it a good go. Yeah. No, it wasn't the driver's teacher. It's not the driver's teachers that or instructor that does the test with you. It's another person. Because I knew the driver's teacher and they didn't do the test for me with me. Just the car. They did just do the car. How frequent is driving test failure in Norway? It's very common in Ireland. I have no clue. Don't think it's that common because you do a lot of driving with an instructor or a driver's teachers, and then the teacher will tell you when you're ready to do the test. I think where I lived, most people didn't fail. That was very, very rare. And I don't really know that many who actually failed at any point. So Renee says, not sure. My next to oldest sister failed her first try, but managed the second time. Yeah, I don't think it's very common to fail twice. So I don't know what the statistics in the country. Yeah, I have no clue either. But I don't really know people who failed. So maybe people are too embarrassed, especially if you like live in the countryside or something. Um, Melidot says hi to Precious. Hope your day's going okay. Renee says, I think it is still normal to go away, but not everyone does it. True. Most people I know don't. I think I think in certain areas or certain parts of Norway, it's more common. When I lived up north, it was super common because almost everybody had a hytte or a cabin. In the Oslo area, Oslo, Eastern Norway, it's not as common because, well, there depends also on the generation. I mean, younger people tend not to because owning a cabin or getting a cabin is really expensive, and most people will struggle even to get a home. So how could you afford having a cabin unless you inherited it? So sometimes there's like families that own one together, or there are people with in like lower cost of living areas that will be able to afford it, but like Oslo and like the area around Oslo, the places around Oslo will not have the money to have one either, because it's too expensive. Uh, and most families will not inherit because it wasn't common. So yeah. Renee says hi to Precious. Molly Dot says driver tester, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. Molly Dot says it's almost expected to fail the first time here. I passed, but I spent longer in the learning phase than most. The tester thought that I had done the test before. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, no, I think it's not as common here. And maybe it's because we do what you do, Molly Dot, that we do the learning phase longer. And there are also like a lot of steps you have to do. Um, Renee says that does happen too. And my brother-in-law has failed so many times, he does not want to say the number. That's funny. I'm not embarrassed. I don't mind. I've failed twice. I don't care. I never tried again though, because I moved and different reasons. Mm, Melodot says, I've met a number of people who passed on their fourth test. I don't know how it's like now, but when I did it, I think if you didn't pass on the third time, you had to do the whole course over again. So you weren't allowed to do another test until you'd done all the courses again, with all the what that included. So you in Norway you have like the regular driving lessons, and then you need to do a course in slippery driving. Glattkjøring is like driving when slippery. That's a course. That's like a day. And then you do mørkekjøring. Driving during darkness is also a part that you need to do. I think that's like a few hours. I remember doing the slippery thing, and you do it on like a place with oil on the road, so it's super slippery. And don't wear your nicest clothes because you'll get oil on them. Yeah. So I don't know how it's like in Ireland if you have like the darkness and the slippery. Probably not. I know that in there's a lot of tourists that go to Tromsø and then during winter because they want to see the northern lights, and they rent cars, and they don't know how to drive in slippery weather, so there's a lot of accidents. and people are not happy about that, to say the least. Mm, so Rene says he's doing it now, redoing it now, so it might be better this time. That's hopefully. So good luck to him, says Molly. Yeah, good luck to your brother-in-law, Rene. Rene says true, but people often know people with cabins. Not really. And I think that if you're going to visit someone's cabin or you need to be invited, I've never been invited to anyone's cabin. And I remember, I don't on the Instagram there's norske hemmeligheter, Norwegian secret, norske hemmeligheter. It means Norwegian secrets. So it's like people send in and there's like an illustrated. And then there was someone who said that they felt very lonely and sad because they were never invited. There was like, no, I've moved to Norway, but I don't feel included because I've never been invited to someone's cabin. And then there was so many people like, I'm Norwegian. I've never been invited to anyone's cabin, and I will say the same. I don't get invited to people's cabins. So the only people I know with cabins are like colleagues, and I don't know them well enough. So yeah, I don't think it's as common as some people think it is. But I think it's like, as I said, in certain areas of Norway, certain areas, there are more common to go to the cabin during Easter, while in other areas it's not common at all. And there's a cafe here that they're going to have open on Easter Monday, because they said that a lot of people are staying in the city during Easter. So my friend and I, we are having a plan already to go to the cafe on Monday. That's our goal for Monday. So Renee says, that one I'm in now, not my cabin, not my family's. Yeah, but you have a family with a cabin, and it's different. None of my family I'm not close enough with anyone in my family that has a cabin. I don't even think there are anyone with a cabin. Come to think of it, not that I know of. Maybe I have some cousin that I don't really know that well that has a cabin. I don't know. But most of my cousins, no, they don't. So, and yeah, no close friends with a cabin. Princess said, Megan has been putting me through it with this weekend. So resting as much as I can. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. So both Molly Dot and I were almost having a migraine attack yesterday, but we managed to escape it somehow. So well done us. The pressure is the most frustrating part. Yeah, I can imagine. And Pressure says, hi Molly Dot and hi Renee, and hi Livia, how are you? Good to see you. How are you doing? What are you up to today? Renee says hi to Livia, and Livia says hi to Renee, and Precious, and Molly Dot. So Molly Dot says you probably don't have to wait so long between applying and doing the test. Here people apply before they're ready. All right. No, I don't think you apply. I don't remember applying per se. I was doing the course and then we kind of signed up to do the test. And you're not allowed to sign up for the test until you're ready. That's actually probably why. And hope that they'll be ready by the test come around. Yeah. Then says, going to have to wander off for a bit. Hopefully it will be back later. Be good, everyone. Well, see you later, Ben. Speaking of such, we've been chatting for a good while. So I think this is going to be the sign that we're going into the next sprint, and I'll pause the chat there and I'll come back to the chat after the sprint. So there will be another 75 minutes. I'm going to do some planting and, or not planting, sowing, I guess. Is that what you say? Sowing seeds? So I see you in 75. Hello, welcome back. How did this spring go for you? I did put some seeds into earth, 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 dirt, whatever you call it. um, and that's pretty much what I had time for. I also did some plant care, I guess. Planted some potted plants. I have a couple that I'm going to take into the office, but I need so you have no, like, you have the pot and then you have the other pot that you put the pot into. Potteskjuler is what it's called in Norwegian. So I need more of those, so I could take to the office because we want more we want more plants in the office. So there's that. So that's pretty much what I managed to do. Time flied. So let's see what's going on. Renee, so this is from before for the sprint. Renee said, "No, Ben, I will be very bad." And Lydia says, "Hi, Ben. Bye, Ben." Maludot says, "We used have to do official lessons at all. Really? Oh, no, we have to. Most people my age probably learned from their parents, learned in my 30s, and had to do a certain number of official lessons. Yeah, no, we have to do lessons, and we also have to do theory classes. So there's like the theory classes and the practical driving classes. It's all something you have to do if you want a license. So Molly says slippery and dark driving isn't required here. Yeah, that I think that's similar to a lot of countries, and I think that's the problem when they come to Norway during winter and they're not able to drive or they don't know how to drive in the Norwegian conditions. It's very important that you know what to do and what to expect because of the climate. Uh, so Molly says my first lessons were in 3 dark just because it was winter. And even so, it doesn't get as dark in Ireland as it does in Norwegian. And yeah, a lot of people will not necessarily do the classes in wintertime, but you have to be able to drive in the dark with so much darkness. So, oh, um, uh, uh, uh. Melody says precious migrants are terrible. Both Luna and I avoided one yesterday. Yeah, exactly so. Melody says hi to Livia, and then Cobalt Rabbit Blue. Cobalt Dragon Elaine popped in. Hello, Elaine. Popping in to hit the like button. Big hugs to everybody, and big hugs to you, Elaine. And thank you for bopping the like button. Remember to bop the like button. And Livia says hi to Elaine. And Livia says, I have some laundry to do and then I want to read and do some diamond painting. Ooh, tell us, what is diamond painting? I don't know what that is. You are such a creative person. Molly Dot says, meds and water for me now. Then either spin a wheel or relax. Relaxing is also very good. I feel quite tired now, I can feel. Precious says, hi Lydia. Yes, Molly Dot, I try, but my headache are a chronic issue. Need stronger medicine for it now. Injections is the next step. When I can avoid a migraine flare, it's great but rare. Yeah, I think that's with a lot of us. It's hard to avoid. And hello, Courtney, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure if you're still here. And Molly says, I've been very lucky that my migraines respond to dry needling, which my GP does. I'm also on preventatives, though only a half dose because of side effects. Yeah, that's fair. Between the two, I'm getting far fewer. That's really good because I know you've been struggling a lot, Molly Dot. Mm, Maladot says my oral meds are taken. I'm putting off the nasal spray because I didn't successfully start a new spinner last night. I added my tasks to a relaxing wheel on clicker wheel and it says to read fanfic. Okay. So Maladot says I read fanfic, folded some laundry and rinsed a tiny bit of recycling. Well done. Very well done. Oh, I did my lingo legend. Which languages are you dabbling into at the moment, Molly Dodd? So Molly Dodd says we don't have driving theory classes as far as I know. Oh, we definitely do, and we do have to do a theory test as well. But I did have to do a theory test. Okay. There is a book, and I haven't learned, and I learned from that. Yeah, we have books as well. There's also online resources. No, I don't think there was no such thing when I did it because, I mean, it's a long time ago. Internet wasn't a big thing at the time. So, right. My first driving class was in that dark. Yeah. I wish I could edit comments. Yeah, I know. You can delete though. It's possible. Jen says, during the chatty bit, I unloaded and reloaded the dishwasher and cleaned the stove. Oh, during the sprints, I got the youngest fed and started on an epidemiology presentation. Oh, that's very well done. That's very efficient. Malidat says, I feel like I need to relax, but I also need to make some progress in preparing for tomorrow and Tuesday. So, are you doing anything? What are you up to for the week to come, Malidat? Are you having lots planned? I am quite tired, so I feel that my energy level is kind of lower than it would be otherwise. Also, I just realized I haven't eaten since breakfast. Which probably is not the best thing to do, because that's a few hours ago. It's a good while ago. So I was thinking next sprint, whether to do 60 minutes or I think 60 minutes, because I'm not going to do the same huge tasks. Molodot says, this month I'm dabbling in Swedish. Oh, but you've been doing Swedish for a good while, for a few years. I think you've been doing Swedish pretty much as long as I've known you. Esperanto and Japanese. Oh, wow. I'm doing Esperanto in Duolingo, Japanese in Lingo Legend, and Swedish in whatever. So how much Swedish do you know now? Are you like, can you keep a conversation in Swedish? Can you read books in Swedish? I read books in Swedish. My spoken Swedish is so-so, but I can read and understand quite well. I think the biggest thing with Swedish for Norwegians to remember are that there are it's like English and Norwegian as well. There are words that look similar, and you might like. There is a word vidunder, and in Swedish it means a monster, and in Norwegian it means a miracle. And you have the word rolig, which in Swedish means funny, and in Norwegian it means quiet. So false friends, as they call them. It's like the Norwegian word greit, which means okay. A lot of people think it's the same as the English great, but it's not. So yeah. Uh, Melody says, Lingo Legend is a cute game with language questions. Learningified game. So yeah, I think we would say the opposite, gamification of our learning thing rather than, oh right, so learningified game rather than gamified learning. All right, okay, so I understand. I don't quite understand the difference though. What's the difference between learningified game and rather than gamification of a learning thing? Melody says monster versus miracle. Yeah, those are quite different. The same with Ruli though, like the quiet and the funny. It's also quite uh, funny. It's we have this joke. There's a Swede that arrives in Norway, and he's in Norway, and he asked the taxi driver to take him to en rolig plats, rolig place, and the taxi driver takes him to the graveyard rather than a disco or a nightclub. So that's kind of a funny story. It's a good way to learn the difference, though. Molly says my Swedish is still bad, so better than my Norwegian. Yeah, but don't do both, Molly, because it might be very confusing. You should focus on Swedish. Of course, I could be like super selfish and say it would be cool if you did Norwegian, but I think it's more confusing than anything. I can't hold a conversation yet, but yeah, but one day you'll get there. Mm, and yeah, who knows? It would be some people you could talk to, maybe. I could try help, but I'm not sure. There was someone who asked me to do conversation in Norwegian, but there's a time difference, which can be tricky because they're in the US. Livia says, I did laundry and sprint hopped. Ooh, there's someone else sprinting, I guess, as well, then, I guess. I haven't really paid attention. I find it very hard to sprint up when I'm sprinting myself, especially when I have certain tasks that I need to do during the sprint. But yeah, it is what it is. So Shrunk says, howdy everybody, happy librarian day. Oh, it's happy librarian day. Thank you. That makes this librarian very happy. Happy Scrabble day. Ooh, happy peach cobbler day. Now, what's a peach cobbler? I don't know what a peach cobbler. Is it a food? Is it something else? I don't know. Malidot says Lingo Legend is more game than learning. There's two games, a card-based fighting one where you have to answer a question to play a card, and a farm one where you get energy from flashcards, then play. Ooh, I like the getting energy, more energy from answering questions. Country started 20 minutes ago, more or less. All right, okay. That's probably Courtney. Autocorrect, right? I guess that's Courtney. Oh, I didn't know Courtney was sprinting. Yeah, Courtney. So Melita says, I prefer the farm one these days. When I started playing it, it was only card combat game. All right. Yeah, I think the farm games can probably be fun. Excuse me. Big yawns. Yeah. Yeah, I started talking about the length of the next sprint. I think actually that I'm going to do 60 minutes rather than 75. So yes, I'm not quite sure when we're having dinner. Whenever dinner is ready. It's almost 4 o'clock. Can't believe it. Where did today go? Feels like today has just flown away, but it kind of has, because I've been busy. Um, so Frank says that. So this is for the peach cobbler. So it says it's a dessert that has a crust on the top and bottom, and a sweetened fruit inside. Most popular are peach and apple, but you can use whatever you want. Is it like a pie? Or is it different from a pie? Can't really, I need to Google this. Okay, cobbler food. Cobbler. Oh, it looks like what we would call smuldrepie, actually. Is there a Norwegian? No, there's no Norwegian. It looks like we would call. Yeah, there's no Norwegian for it. Cobbler. In the US, English settlers were unable to make traditional suet puddings due to lack of suitable ingredients and cooking equipment. Well, that's interesting. So instead, covered a stewed filling with a layer of uncooked plain biscuits. Okay. I'm not quite sure. Then it might be different. I need more pictures. I need more pictures. No, it's not a smoothie pie. I don't think I've seen anything like it before. It's kind of like a mix of I don't know. Hmm. It looks like there's like buns on top. There's sometimes buns on top. I don't know. Malida says, Swedish is supposed to be my primary language this month, but because I have specific apps for the other two, the Swedish keeps being forgotten. Yeah. Well, there's plenty of days left of the month, Malidot. Schwank says, sorry, oh, sort of. It's usually rectangular. Well, pie can be rectangular, can't it? I don't know. So Malida says, Speaker Will told me to do the nasal spray. I didn't even know that was on the list. Well, yeah. Your wheel can surprise you when you're forgetful, right? And that's also a migrant thing. You forget things. So Melody says, and next sort out my shopping bags for the next shopping break trip. Good plan, good plan. So Melody says, the closest dessert here is probably a crumble. Yeah, that's what smuldrepie is. It's a crumble pie. So yeah, we have crumble as well. It's interesting. But then again, sometimes American English really confuses me because there are some words that they don't mean what they're supposed to mean in English. It's like when Americans talk about scones, it's not scones. No, when American talks about biscuits, it's not biscuits. Oh, biscuits. No, I want a biscuit. We actually still have some biscuits left from our trip to Ireland. We went a little bit mad in Dunn's because they had like a whole section with a lot of plant-based biscuits. And there's one that is chocolate and orange biscuits. and it's so yummy. Ah, so good. Um, hmm. Maladat says, hopefully I'll get to pick something else before the sprint ends. Well, there's always that. So, shall we go into the next sprint? I think we will. 60 minutes, and I'll see you on the other side of the side, other side of the sprints. See you. all right. Welcome back. How did it go? What did you do? Get you did blue. This is me speaking today. You have noticed by now, I guess. Anywho, I did nothing. No, I didn't do nothing, but I did do a bit of crossword puzzle thing. Um, because I was so tired. um, so I just felt that I actually just needed to rest. So that's pretty much what I did. I also popped in to Courtney's Sprint, which is over. I also popped into Didi's Sprint. Didi's still sprinting. So I'll put in the link to Didi's Sprint into the chat in case people will want to pop by. So that's Didi's sprint. In case somebody wanted to join that. Okay, let's see where we were. So we were talking about the American dessert called cobble. Cobble. So Molly says, oh, you know those stones with big bumps, sometimes used for paving walking areas. They're cobbles. So that might be where the cobbler name comes from. Yeah, that makes sense. Trying to kind of see how that looks like. I think they tend to be more common in Britain and Ireland than here because of climate and things like that. But yeah. Molly says nasal spray done. That should help my head in the next couple of days. Good, 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 good. Courtney says, hope everyone's reading is going well. Yes, I hope everyone's reading is going well. I haven't read anything today. I should do. It's supposed to be the mid-month book bash, and I read very little. But, oh well. Mollydet says, got a couple of shopping bags sorted, then switched back to fanfic, finished it just as you came back. Good, 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 good. Yeah, so I was thinking of maybe starting a new puzzle as well, like a jigsaw puzzle, because I have borrowed one, and I haven't done jigsaw puzzles for a good while now. But it's very good for my mentality or my mental health. Crosswords as well, because it's kind of like you kind of zoom out and it's not screen. So it's really nice, and even though it's like things have been really busy lately, so yeah, that's why I haven't really been much online because I've been very tired and busy at work, and of course that the week before last week we were in Ireland. I was very sad I didn't get to see you, Molly Dot, but next time hopefully. This time it felt like we didn't have enough time at all, and we had to spend quite a bit of time in Sligo to see family. And of course, it was exhausting. It's nice, but it's exhausting. So as I told you, Molly, that before, that there was like a family dinner, and my partner's dad talked a lot. We're telling stories, or he was telling stories. And it's not boring, it's not anything like that, but for me it was extremely exhausting since his accent is a broad Mullingar accent. Mullingar is like in the middle of Ireland, pretty much. It's super broad. Uh, so he doesn't have diphthongs, and I just have to like focus so much to be able to listen, to be able to understand. So that's feels not a chore, but it's exhausting because I need to be focused, extra focused, and like deciphering as well at the same time as I'm listening and translating. Not exactly translating, but translating, if that makes sense. Uh, so it's um it's exhausting, but it's nice as well. And we didn't have much time in Dublin either, and I don't know. Um, I kind of wish I planned around. Like I wish I'd planned to go to Kilkenny on Friday rather than on Saturday, uh, because then it wouldn't be a big deal if I came back late on Friday. But you know, but there's always a next time, and that will be a good time, I'm sure. Hmm, I'm still tired though. Um, so I'm not sure if I'll have more than one more sprint, but I definitely will have another sprint. And I think in that sprint, there should be some meditation done, hopefully, and some dinner had. Not sure when dinner is ready. 15 minutes. Yeah. So in 15 minutes. So I'll probably have dinner and meditate as well. Uh, Molly says, yeah, next time. It's unfortunately your Friday plans fell through too. Yeah. But sometimes, I understand life happens. Uh, you just have to roll with it. And on Friday, we got to have lunch with John's friends, my partner's friends, and then I wasn't supposed to say my partner's name, sorry. So anyway, so we got to see my partner's friends for lunch, and I saw the ferry home. If you've seen my Ireland video, my vlog from Ireland, I'm going to link that. So we went to Ireland. So my can't speak today. That's for sure. So there was like this area where we had a walk, and it was like they had this really cute fairy tree like fairy home, and it was so cute. So I have footage of that in my vlog. So I'm going to Ireland vlog. And of course, I went to chapters on the Friday as well. I love chapters. Chapters is such a good bookshop, especially the second hand. So I got some books there. I think I bought 4 books in chapters, and they were all second hand. I even acquired a book for my Jane Austen collection, so that's a good thing. So yeah, I I also got some other books. That's actually I was thinking of doing a book haul. So I might do a video for that. Another option would be to do it live. but I think it's better to do a video rather than a live thing, actually. Come to think of it. We'll see. We'll see. Might do it live. Not sure if that would be interesting. I can hear with people if that was, or I could premiere and be in the chat as well. That's also an option. Thoughts. Lots of thoughts. I also have a footage from my Oslo trip that needs to be edited and made into a video. And because I went to Oslo last weekend, it was very, very nice. I got to see my friend. We usually go and do donuts. we usually meet up at a donut place called TaylorMade, and I have vegan donut. But so we did that one day, and then the other on Saturday, and then on Sunday we actually met up and and went to a vegan cafe called Papegøye. It means parrot, and that was a new place for me, and they had so nice cookies. The cookies were excellent. I had one that was called lemon and almond cookies, which was like a lemon flavored cookie with almond bits in it, or like whole almonds in it. It might have been like some almond in the dough as well. I don't know, but it was so good. It was so yummy. I also had a matcha cookie with white chocolate in it. Ah, I drooled just thinking about it. Although my favorite was the lemon one. And of course, it was like coffee, and they had like a load of different kinds of cookies, and they had cake. I didn't try the cake, so I just kind of want to go back here already. So yeah, so nice, so nice. I don't understand why I have never been to that cafe before. The only thing was that dogs are welcome, which of course is nice, but I wasn't aware of it, so I didn't take allergy meds on beforehand. And when I left, my eyes were itching and my nose were stuffed. So, yeah. Uh, so Bonadot says, by the way, regarding the Swedish, my ex is much more consistent and doesn't keep swapping languages, so his Swedish is better than mine. Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen your ex in ages and ages and ages. I don't know if he goes to cons anymore. I didn't see him at Octocon when I was there, which was 20, 2023. Yeah, I think it was 2023. 2023. Also, I haven't been to any. I also haven't done any book crossing cons in ages either. Maladot says, no, I don't think he's gone to any cons without me. Yeah, that's a shame. But maybe that was more of your thing. I don't know. I know you better anyway. So, mm, so yeah. Hopefully one time I can come to Ireland and go to Kilkenny and like spend a few days in Kilkenny. That would be nice. Um, that would be really fun, actually. Stay a couple of days in Kilkenny. I've only gone there on day trips, and it feels like I'm just there and back. So, yeah. So, okay. I'm not sure how much time I need for the next sprint. So I think maybe 60 minutes is fine. Maybe. I don't know. So Molidot says the last one I remember being at was 2019. I want to go back to them. I think EasterCon is in Belfast here. Yes, it is. But it's not happening for me. Well, it's not happening for me either. I know it's in Belfast. And I kind of wanted to go, but one of the big problems with EasterCon now for me is that they've gone so expensive. Uh, so yeah, so expensive to go to EasterCon because not only is it like hotels are expensive, the travel is expensive, and then the con itself has gotten super expensive. I think it was like £100 or something, and with the current rate, the rate for the pound for me is very expensive. So, I mean, when we went to Glasgow last year, that was horrendously expensive. I bought my membership like early, but that was like over 2,000. It was like over £20, over £200. Um, and I'm not sure why it's so expensive. Why is it the rent of the hotel? Do they pay people to do something? Because I'm on the committee of Norcon, and everything is volunteering, and so you can pay for a membership, but the payment is voluntarily. You don't have to pay; it's voluntarily, and if you pay, you get 2 lunches. You get lunch on Saturday and Sunday, and it's less than €40. Um, so yeah, so it's extremely expensive, and I don't know what they pay for why it's so expensive. In Norcon, uh, even the authors, the guests of honor, they're being told that you're not getting paid. Everything is volunteering, and you're getting if your travel expenses are being covered, basically. You're like your flight and hotel. Um, so that's pretty much what we use money for, unless like some other logistic stuff. Um, but yeah, it's very much voluntarily run. Uh, so yeah. Melodot says there's always a bit for you both here. Oh, thank you. Well, I'll let my partner know. That would be kind of cool to come and see you. Um, and Melda says, "Wow, that's so much. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's super expensive." Um, I don't know. I'm not a rich person. I don't earn a lot of money. I don't work in any trade that make where you make a lot of money. So yeah, I can't do it. So maybe I'm hoping to go to Octocon again. Um, I think Octocon is doable because it's not that expensive. Um, so Melida says, does the government give any funding? In Finland, there's one that gets funding. Yeah, no, not in Norway. It doesn't get funding from the government. They do apply for some funding from, there's a memory, what do you call it? Not a fund, a memory. The word has escaped me, but it's like you can apply for money from. So there was this fan who did a lot, so much for fandom, and he had a huge collection of books, and then they done like book sales on that, and so they make like a sort of a fund, and you can apply to get money from that. I'm not sure if it's not called a fund in English, I think. It's called fund in Norwegian, and I don't think it's called a fund in English. But it's somewhere you can apply and get money. So I don't know. And they sell books and coffee and things, but it's not super expensive. So there's like some food and coffee sale, which is not expensive, but it covers and it's some income. But yeah, and they're like sponsors. They're getting sponsors like selling advertising like Outland, which is like a big bookshop. Yeah. Melodot says, I've assumed that EasterCon is volunteer run too. I've assumed, yeah. I wonder if they have more guests from further afield. But the thing is, we do too. We have T. Kingfisher from the US and Emma Newman from the UK. And then there is one fan guest of honor, and there's also a Norwegian guest of honor. So there's normally a guest of honor from like far away, and then from the UK, and then Norway, and or not UK, Europe. It's one of the from the US, one from Europe, and one from Norway, and then there's a fan guest of honor. So yeah. Molly says, I'd love to go to Octocon again. Yeah, that would be good. Maybe one day. It would be good if we could go like at the same time. That would be fun. Um, yeah. Anyhow, I think dinner is about to be served, so I'm going to go into the next sprint, and it's going to be 60 minutes. And I'll see you at the other side of the sprint. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back. How did that sprint go for you? What did you do? Did it go well? What did you read? All those questions. I had dinner. Of course, I knew that going into the sprint. I also actually managed to do some meditation, which was super nice. I needed that. I needed that. So Courtney says, okay, I'm about to go out, but thanks for the sprint. Thanks for stopping by, Courtney. And Molodot says, regarding no Octocon this year, though highly unlikely I will either. Yeah. Some other year, Molodot, we'll get there. Indora! Hi, how are you? Oh, so good to see you. I'm late, but happy to know you're still here. Yeah, well, um, whenever you know, whenever you can. It's lovely to see you. Indora says, I'm editing a video. Thank you for keeping me company, Luna. Oh, I'm so happy to keep you company, and I'm very excited about you having a new video. I actually still have the Patreon video for April to watch. I still haven't watched it, but it's open, so I can go in and watch it. And Becca, hi! How are you? Wow! Oh, so fun to see you here. Guessing I've been caught the tail end probably. But glad to see you on sprinting. Well, I'm super happy to see you catching a sprint. The days are getting longer here, so more daylight means I can get it going longer than otherwise. Um, so that's exciting. um, and I'm so happy to see you. I have a few of your videos to watch as well. I am so behind on everything. Melodit says, I did a small thing that was precursor to a bigger thing. You're being secretive. But good thing you managed to get a small thing done. Happy to hear that. So my big question for today is whether to do another sprint or not. And I've done how many sprints today? We started at 12. Now it's almost 6:30. So either I'll do one more sprint and then that will be it for today. Oh, I don't think I can do another sprint, to be honest with you. We've had 4 sprints, 4 long sprints, and I'm just still quite tired from all the things I've done today. But it's been a productive day, which is good. So Becca says, yeah, days are not as short here as there, but they're getting longer, and finally having spring weather helps so much. Yes, spring. Yeah. Also, Molly knows this, but Molly is the only one knowing it. But I am working on setting up a Discord for my channel for the Cottagegoth library. But it'll take time. I don't really know a lot of the technical stuff behind it, so I'm still learning that, and I don't really want to announce the Discord before it's ready to go. And yeah, it's a lot. So we'll see whenever that will happen. It'll be fun though, I think, to have a place to hang out. There's a lot of Discords these days. I'm in a few, but not too many, I think. I'm in Indora's Discord. I'm in Noah's Discord. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm about to keel over. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, excuse me. Ah, yeah, I'm very tired today. Um, so Becca, are you doing the mid-month book bash? I'm supposedly doing that. Um, I'm supposedly doing the not big book, mid-month book bash. Um, So I'm supposedly doing that, but I didn't. I read some yesterday, but not a whole lot, and I read very little today. I actually haven't read anything today yet, so maybe I should do that after the sprints. I'm going to set up the Baldur's Gate stream though, as well, because I'm streaming Baldur's Gate, continuing my game on Wednesday. And then I'll be sprinting again on Friday. I'll start noon my time on Friday. And that's pretty much what I have planned as for now. It is, it's fun to do sprints and stuff, but it's quite exhausting sometimes. And Molly says, hope you get to relax now. Yeah. I do have some things I want to do before I kind of sit down and do nothing. But it's all good. Becca says, I'm not. I've been doing more reading project blogs this year that run over weeks. All right, yes. And it's just too much to have multiple blog projects going for me. That's totally fair. Um, oh, speaking of projects, I don't know if you've seen the Hugo finalists. Hugo 2025. Hugo words. Trying to find something. Hugo finalists. Have you had a look at the finalists? I know I was on the Seattle Worldcon page. Yeah, so the finalists. So, yes, there is a list of finalists. And so we were showcasing projects. So I am thinking of reading all the novels and novellas. Hugo Awards. I put a link in the chat. 2025 lists. So I'm thinking of reading all the novels and the novellas and do like reviews for them or something. I did vlogs last year, but I think I'm going to do reviews rather than vlogs this year. Because it's in many ways easier, or not easier, but I think it's rather than just do both blogging and then reviewing at the end. I think it would be better for me just to do the reviews. So I'm thinking of doing that. So yeah. Becca says I picked up the practice the Horizon and the Chain a couple of weeks ago, and the library is when I was there for an event because it was. Oh, sorry. Jeez, I can't read. Becca says, I picked up The Practice, The Horizon, and The Chain a couple of weeks ago at the library. Is when as I was when I was there for an event, because it was on the Nebula list, I think, and now it's on the Hugo too. So I've picked up me and titles. I have no memory. I'm not able to remember anything. I picked up The Ministry of Time. I picked up from the library because it was on the shelf, not lent out. I don't know if there's a lot of people here that know about the Hugo Awards, so I don't know if they kind of look at that at all. But um, my library has some of the books, I think, and I've on waitlist, and I also think there might be some in Libby as well. Uh, so Becca says that sounds like a good approach, but it is a lot of reading. Yeah, it is, but since I'm not voting this year, I have quite a bit of time to read. Maybe be brutal with the DNFs. Yeah. Oh, I have no shame to DNFing. Last year I DNF'd the Martha Wells book. It was just not for me. It wasn't for me. So maybe if there's many books that I DNF, I might not be. I don't know. But if I DNF books, I could do like one video with like, these are Hugo books that I tried to read but DNF'd. That's also an option. So yeah, that's fair, says Becca. Yeah, I mean, if life is just too short for books you don't like, you know. Um, Glenda, hello. How are you? Good to see you. I've seen you around the tubes. I've seen you in other people's sprints. Good to see you. You are catching the tail end of the very last chatty bit before we end the sprints. I was just sprinting again on Friday, but I don't know how it's time-wise for you because I think you're in the US. But as I said just a little earlier, that have longer days now, so they're probably going to last longer. I also might have sprints where I start later in the day and keep going later on. Also, on the 25th of April, it's a Friday, and it'll be like fairly late here. It'll be an hour later than now. So now it's 18:35 here, and it will be 19:30 or 7 p.m. 7:30 p.m. my time, or 6:30 p.m. British summertime or Irish summertime p.m. I will have a book chat with Ben, my friend Ben. So just letting you know that there's that. There will be some streams, so keep an eye open for that. Molodet says, I'm reading one of the Hugo short stories. Why don't we just kill the kid in the O'Mill's Hall by Isabel J. Kim? Oh, it's online. Oh, cool. Thank you for posting the link, Mollydot. I am probably not going to look so much at the short stories. It's nice with short stories, but I don't think I'll be able to do it. I had Kobo Plus for a little bit, but it's so expensive. And then I had the access to Uncanny Magazine, where there's a lot of short stories. So I was thinking of doing that, but then, yeah, it didn't happen. I canceled my subscription because I might I might have it at some point again, but just do the ebooks, not the audiobooks, because I tried a couple of audiobooks, but they were like AI voices, and I just can't. That was horrible. And there weren't that much interesting stuff either on audio, so I probably just stick to ebooks if I should do the Kobo Plus again, but we'll see. Glenda says, I'm reading Francine's Spectacular Crash and Burn by Renise Wendell. Oh, I don't know that book. What kind of book is that? And Indora says, hi to Glenda. Um, Francine's Spectacular Crash and Burn. It could either be romance or it should be thriller. That title doesn't really tell. Or it could be humor, or it could be rom-com. So many options. I read all kinds of books, actually, but I do have a soft spot for science fiction and fantasy. That's for sure. So that's always fun. So yeah, and I thought it's fun that I need to read A Sorceress Comes to Call. I had that as an ebook by T. Kingfisher, and I also have been planning on reading What Feast Does Night by T. Kingfisher, but it's a second book in the series, or duology, or trilogy. I don't know if it's like a series or whatever it is. And I read the first book. I wasn't that impressed. It was okay, but it wasn't like my favorite book ever. I read Thornhedge last year. I loved that. I reread it this year, actually. Mm, and T. Kingfisher is one of the guest of honors at NorCon, so I'll make sure to get my paper book, physical book, signed by her. Becca says, I just started The Sorceress Comes to Call on audio. Really liking it, but heavy, heavy, heavy. Oh, yeah. Then you need. I think if you're reading really heavy books, you need to be in like the right headspace. Maybe, maybe when it's like, hmm. Yeah, I'll see. I'll see when I read it. Right now, I need to finish the. I am currently reading The Myth of Normal by Gabor Mate, which is a chunky nonfiction book. 2 seconds, I'm going to go and get it. Because, as I said, it is a chunker. Uh, so, this one, The Myth of Normal, and yeah, it's over 500 pages, I think. So there's notes and stuff at the end. Of course, every chapter has notes. So yeah. So the notes start at page 502 and goes on until page 545, and then there's the index. So it's good, but it's a chunker. It's really, really chunky. Super interesting though. I'm over halfway. I am on chapter 24, I think. Let's see. That's part 4. Let's see. We feel their pain. Yeah. Our trauma-infused politics. Yeah. So chapter 23 was society's shock absorbers. Why women have it worse. And And it's very interesting how he talks about how our mental health is affected by the society we live in. It shouldn't be a shocker. And also like trauma early in life, how that can affect you, and like mm, there's all these factors that affects how you turn out, like mental health wise, but also like some chronic illnesses where they can't really explain why you have a chronic illness. And it's interesting. And it's also talks about there's no point in blaming like your parents or whatever happened. What you can do is kind of how you go into it today and work on your mental health, sort of. Uh, so it's super interesting. The full title is The Myth of Normal: Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture. And it's interesting, even though it's kind of US focused. I also think it's relevant here, even though, I mean, something I learned from that book that in the US, the maternity leave is 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I was like, what? Seriously? Here it's by far longer. Not as great as Iceland, mind you. And there's also like both parents need to take out parts of the leave, parental leave. We call it parental leave because it's yeah, because of it's both parents, regardless of gender. Yes. So I guess that's it for today's friends. I'm so happy to have seen you all. It was lovely for you all to stop by, and maybe I'll see you around on Friday. That would be lovely. Or even Wednesday if you're interested in watching me gaming. Baldur's Gate, I'm going to set up that now that I'm done, that I'm going to set up the Baldur's Game stream. And also the book chat on Friday the 25th. That would also be fun if you wanted to come along to that and take part in Ben and I's chat. I can just foresee some chaos with the two of us. I think that would be, I think it will be fun. Molly says enjoy the rest of your day. You too, Molly. It was super nice for you to stop and be here so much. I really appreciate your support. Becca says, cheers, have a good winding down this evening. Good to see you and chat. Yes, good to see you too, Becca. So happy you finally managed to jump into my stream. I know that the timing is normally not that great for you because of the time difference and all those things. And have a lovely rest of the day, everybody, and I will see you around the tubes. Bye.